Why, hello there, everyone, and welcome to a fine Wednesday evening, or whatever it happens to be your time zone. I'm sectoral leader Cody. And I'm Cody. Hello, everybody. Welcome to an evening. An evening that's fine. An evening that has actually a decent amount of instability over here, but not quite enough to take things over the edge and produce a thunderstorm. I put in my report that there's a localized 20%, mostly in the northern area here. But yeah. That's a problem of its own, is that the percentage is only 20 and it's localized to, like, the northern section. If that 20% does roll for the northern section, it'll probably be within hearing range. I'll still be able to hear the thunder, but, you know. But, yeah. Welcome to a new week. As is traditions with new weeks. Why is eyebrow detection keep saying that I'm, like, angry? Huh. They appear to just move at random sometimes. The sectoral leader does have a serious look most of the time, but yeah, doesn't. It's pretty rare to actually catch him, like, angry outright. There's certain morals and values and all that they'll annoy him for sure if they're breached, but yeah. But anywho, since it is the first stream of the week, we do have some patch notes to go over, and we actually have more than one or two items. So let me get started on reading that out. Let's see, detailed changes. Now, I haven't put anything out for this week, but I did update last week's quite a bit since I said them last Wednesday. So, I already mentioned that there's a new channel for the tushified messages, and that there's a new command for that particular function. I did apply some additional fixes over the weekend, so that that awkward double spacing nonsense doesn't happen. So future messages that utilize that command should not have that anymore. I also, I already mentioned I changed the encoding for the weather reports so that it doesn't get posted prematurely in a format that you can't even read, like, 30% of it, so. I also fixed a little bug where, the lead-in 0 of minutes would be missing. But that's a small bug, and you're not going to end up seeing the results of that anyways, because I end up fixing that issue if present, which it no longer is. Now, because the throw-in software has been rather talented at screwing up, and I don't know, they don't seem to be in a rush to actually fix anything. Hold on. What if I temporarily enable this? Oh, wait a minute, it's not going to work anymore because of the workaround that I did. No, never mind. Okay. So, we do have a workaround. And I did a little more work on it. So now, more functionality has been restored from what would have originally been available. I still want to swap it back when they finally get that stupid stuff working, but who knows what decade they'll get that done. Maybe by the time Metroid Prime 4 comes out, which is eventually in 2025. Yeah, we'll see. I'm pretty sure their team is drastically smaller than, let's say, like Firebot's team. Firebot's team is mostly volunteer-based anyways. Firebots were working pretty well for the most part. Especially when I did that little update that fixes the efficiency of certain commands. Like, ever since I put a 5-second buffer between that particular command, Firebot's been a lot less stressed, even with big raid events. So don't quote me on this. What if some giant streamer with over 1,000 decides to randomly say, "Oh, hey, this person's playing Final Fantasy 14. I'm gonna send a crap load of people over. I cannot guarantee you Firebolt will not break to that, but I can guarantee you that it can manage a couple hundred. And it's the viewer arrived events when that stuff rolls. But yeah, I put them into a queue, and 5 seconds apart from each other. Why is my throat doing this? Let me hydrate again, even though I just hydrated just before stream here. There we go. Maybe I won't be doing that all the time and driving my future self absolutely nuts when editing. Future self is going to be like, shut up already. Stop doing that stupid throat thing. Okay. Anyway, we're talking about patch notes. So yeah, I removed the throw something and throw many things, and I replaced them with temporary placeholders. It says throw random for now. However, you can use swap throw an item to change what to throw. It's a short little cooldown. Just, I don't know, gives you about like 5 seconds to use the appropriate redeem afterwards. Unfortunately, as a result of this, the throw random thing, every time it gets changed, Twitch is going to be like, oh yeah, this is new, even though it isn't. So that's a bit of a side effect, but don't worry about it. Throw random, I did carry over the 5% chance for it to upgrade to throw many things, or throw many whatever you have active. So, hold on, let me demonstrate this. So, let's say if you swap throw an item to, I don't know, Bell. Well, you can see the redeem gets changed to throw Bell, and now you can throw a Bell. Oh my goodness. Anyway, I'm gonna swap that back to random, the default here. Because I've configured the Twitch redeems up in the corner here to essentially be username just redeemed redeem name. When the redeem name gets changed, well, it'll carry over there. I don't have to do any extra work to change that or stuff like that. That's handled through Twitch Alerts, and Twitch Alerts just grabs what that redeem ID's current name presently is, so I don't have to worry too much about that. Throw random still shows up in the queue. I did find out there was a separate feature on the throw-in software that counts cleared items as do it again. So I shut that off. But for the funnies, I might turn it back on at some point in the future, because I actually thought it was sort of hilarious. Clearing something from a queue would trigger it again. But for the time being, oh, you know what? Oh, that'd be even more amazing, because if somebody uses those redeems, and then somebody else does swap throw an item, resulting in renaming that redeem, I'm pretty sure it gets renamed on the request queue. Hold on a moment, hold on. I'm curious now. Ah! Okay, so that was a bear. Swap throw an item to Krista. Tush. Swap throw an item to Tush.
Krista.
That's a Krista. Yep, it renames it in the redeems list. Okay, I'm gonna swap back to random again. But that does mean when it gets cleared from the queue, whatever it is currently swapped to will be what it would throw again if I had that rule active. Either way, it all works. Also, the bot responsible for the throws is not in the channel for some reason anymore. Which, on one hand, I like that, because oh, Discord just crashed? Discord is just being really dumb. Okay, I don't know what the heck's going on with Discord. Maybe it's reminding me that I should be, I should have a, oh, hold on. If I can even find the channel, geez, there we go. Oh, what the hell is this annoying bar that Discord added at the bottom? Why the heck do they keep changing this stuff? It's bloody annoying. Also, drop what item? There's no bloody, there's no objects on the screen. Anyway. Let me just... Go, and... Share projector. Yeah, there we go. And now the Discord microphone is synced. I'm just going to mute myself in Discord for now. And we're going to talk some weather. After we're done reading the patch notes. Right, I was reading the patch notes before Discord decided to blank out and be dumb. Detailed changes. Okay, let's see. So yeah, throw mini items have been added. You're not going to see throw mini items. It has a 5% chance to proc every time you throw an item. And the swap throwable is there temporarily. That'll help you manage things. That is entirely through Firebot, and we'll just essentially change the labels for the throwables. So there we go. And now I can't see chat. There we go. Hey, Gothic, welcome morning. Good to see you. I hope you're having a lovely time zone so far. We are just going over the stream patch notes. Because we usually open up with that on Wednesdays. On that note, actually, this is our last normal week. This is our last standard 3 at a time. Not the best day right now. Your cat ran. Oh no. Oh, dang it. And it is such a ridiculous process finding a cat when they run away too. We had well, actually, okay, so we do have 2 cats, but one of them is scared of the outdoors, so when they run out the door, they get all scared and they don't go very far away. I don't, like, why do you even run outside if you're scared of the outdoors? But our other cat is a little more adventurous than that, and it was a pain in the arse to find him. She's never been outside. Jeez, the run, so she's so small. Oh, small is a bit of a mixed bag, too. Small means, yeah, easily hides. Not used to being outdoors might be able to be used to an advantage. If they're too uncertain about the outdoors. But cats also have a wide array of personalities. So just gonna have to hope that your cat's not an adventurous type and will stay relatively close. That should hopefully make it easier to find them. But dang, that sucks. Yeah, hopefully not a wanderer. Hopefully sticks close and easy to find. Hopefully. Yeah, our cats take their have taken their turns. We're very strict about them not stepping outside now. But yeah. The main hard part is their area is really bad overpopulation of strays. Oh, yeah. This neighborhood's not the best for that either. Strays sure do have a wide variety of personality. That, well, a few of them are owners letting them outside regularly, which, quite frankly, I'm not for having an outdoor cat. It just comes with too many risks. Like, there's too many diseases and illnesses they could pick up out there. Or they could have a nasty encounter with a different cat. Like, it's just too risky to let them out regularly. I don't. Plus, we also have a problem with a population problem with strays and such. And yeah, owners letting their cats out regularly. Why would you? Don't do that, especially in a neighborhood that has problems with it. It's the biggest fear, so always keep her inside. Yeah. It really sucks that it's like that one time that they managed to get out. Hopefully finding them will be easy enough. Hopefully that situation will have a good ending to it. Yeah, like I said, when our cats got out, well, it didn't take long for us to notice, but one of them is a bit more of the adventurous type. But yeah, we found them not too far later. And yeah, the other one is such an ironic cat. Like I said, he's terrified of the outdoors, but he still sleeps outside when he wants to. It's like, or when he had the opportunity to. Which isn't happening anymore. We're always keeping an eye out. They attempt to go out so often, it's like, well, now you're predictable. Now you're not sneaking by, but you try this too often. You're not going outside. Plus, we have magpies in our area. Magpies are not a big fan of cats. They will conduct attacks on cats. Especially if a cat has caused problems with them. Live in a second story. The screen, yeah, that's definitely, yeah, our cats have tried that. We had to spray bottle train them because they kept doing that. Thankfully, this place that we live in, there is not really... There's a lack of screens. We have a window that cannot open and close. I know that sounds like it should be against fire regulations, but it's not a basement window. Technically, it's allowed. There's not very many windows out there for that because, yeah, our regulations over here. Really hard to get away with that. It's still allowed, technically. It's just generally frowned upon. But yeah, hopefully there will be a good ending to that. Where was I before we were talking cats? Oh, oh, we're done with the patch notes. You know what? That was actually a good transition into the topic of cats and their escapee skills and all, their escaping skills. These cats rolling their stealth checks. This is the longest weather segment I've done in a while. The weather was spicy. There's a lot of crazy weather happening. I'm going to change to Final Fantasy 14 now. It says finale in question mark because I don't know. We got 2 patches left to go before we're done post Heavensward. So we will see. 15 out of 10 weather report. Thank you very much, Ripley. Oh my goodness. It was... Yeah, there was a lot of weather. The weather was showing off today. And we didn't even have outbreaks expected or anything like that. Speaking of outbreak, that's Saturday's stream. Okay, I'm going to move that over there. I'm going to move some windows so that I don't have 5+ windows on one monitor. I'm going to unmute Discord here because we are switching to Final Fantasy 14. We do have Eternal Sphinxitude is mod of the channel here. And he'll be joining us. Wanted to play Outbreak, but don't know if my laptop can handle it. Oh, yeah. It's a little hard on resources right now. There is a major update in the work. I've wanted Tush play Outbreak. Tush, no, Tush, my laptop can handle it. That's a lot of Tush, my goodness. So that's the butt spot-like function. That's, yeah, it's pretty fun. Did I? Oh, there we go. I was about to say, did I even launch the game? And the bug did not happen this time. It did not try to change my category back. It actually changed to Final Fantasy XIV and stayed. More Tushion for the push-on. If ever the sectoral captain here does a butts message that really hits home, like that does freaking amazing, there is !archive tush, and it will send it to the archived channel for Discord. I've got to change data centers here. I was playing as my main character just yesterday, actually. I was in the new area, the Cosmic Exploration area. That's the feature that came out with the update yesterday. By the by, tomorrow, the Switch 2 finally actually becomes pre-orderable. Thankfully, they did not raise the price because $700, that's about as much as I'm gonna fork over for it. If they had raised it any further, I would have just been like, nope. I'm getting the Mario Kart World bundle because otherwise Mario Kart World is $110, which is one of the dumbest prices I've ever seen for a Nintendo game. Ah, we were just in this part of the story, I see. Final Fantasy 14, yep, good. I wanted to make sure that OBS was going to capture it. Final Fantasy 14 is an MMO. I believe, was it Final Fantasy 11 and 14 are the, I don't know. I think it's 11 and 14. Those are the MMOs, and this is the MMO that's huge. Also, let me just get my not a carbuncle summoned. Let's actually Garuda because I changed to pet glamour. And we're also seeing how long we can hold this umbrella we acquired at the Easter event. How long the game will let us hold it for before it forces us to outright not have it. So far, pretty good. We might be able to carry it right to the end of post Heavensward. Well, yeah, last time we took care of a pretty big problem. Nidhogg was a bit of a problem, so yeah, we beat up Nidhogg. And now that one of the grouchiest dragons of all dragons is now, well, the fake Nidhogg, I guess. Not Nidhogg himself, but now we've taken care of that. We've got other problems involving the Asians. We did take care of one of the big problems involving the Asians, but I'm pretty sure there's some other things. Tataru has a quest for us, huh? Alright! Time for some voice acting. or an attempt at it. And a bit of hydration. You guys haven't hydrated yet? I highly recommend doing so. Water is... what? Dang it! I forgot Melia's line. Not the meaning of life. That's 42. I forgot the... How dare I forget the line that Melia uses when she summons water. That's a Xenoblade Chronicles 1 reference. Another series you will notice that I'm heavily invested in, with the exception of Xenoblade Chronicles X, is the Xenoblade Chronicles series. 1 through 3. I like the main ones. I'm not a huge fan of Xenoblade Chronicles X. I'm trying to give it another shot here to see if I can actually, like, get into it, but it's just, there's a lot of differences that bother me. One of the biggest ones that annoys me is the amount of menuing is so much heavier in Xenoblade Chronicles X. You get an upgrade. You have to upgrade something like every 2 fights. Every 2 fights, or you get better gear. That's a little confusing to equip. Honestly, I've started just using the optimized equipment feature. But, yeah. I do see the ads are about to roll soon, so that's also why I'm hesitating to start rolling through the voice acting here. I just want to know if the ads are cleared out of the way. They have a nasty habit of kicking in during long cutscenes. They really love to do that. But you know what? I don't mind doing the idle rambling. The idle rambling. I'm not that old yet. I'm in the getting old category. And I already feel like I'm rambling like I'm 50 or 60. Back in my day. Because back in my day, the VCRs were a regular thing. And, you know. Rentals, Be Kind, Rewind. The tape in tape cassettes get entangled as a result of bad rewind. Yep. Got less than 20 years of form in my 50s. Oh, yeah. Me too. Me too. Oh no! Oh, I should have shown off my kappa before we hit 6:15 or something like that. Now my kappa's probably a regular kappa. Dang it. Should have shown that off at the beginning of the stream. Actually, fun fact, one of Firebot's updates actually made it so that the golden kappa actually shows up as a golden kappa. It used to not show up properly on Firebot. I guess the parameter was just not supported yet. That's how a golden kappa. Oh, heck yeah. Oh, that's fun. Such fun stuff. Every once in a while, Twitch entertains with their RNG. I love RNG, but I also dislike RNG. So we sort of have a love-hate relationship, RNG and I. So naturally, you're going to see a lot of RNG in the channel redeems, actually. Some of the redeems have a small chance of triggering an Easter egg. Let me see if I can list all of them. I did show it off in full stream, yes. I should have posted it here before it expired, but, yeah. Excellent has a small chance of an Easter egg. Hydrate has a small chance of an Easter egg, I think. Or that's just a variation that's less common. Uh-oh, Skidoo has a small chance to trigger the Skidoo bird. Sometimes it's a visual. Throw Random really doesn't that one doesn't have an Easter egg. Summon a Meteor has a 10% chance of a giant meteor. Stretch has a very small chance of an Easter egg. Charge Beam has a 1% chance of failing, which is an Easter egg. Bonk has a conditional Easter egg. The Easter eggs certain Easter eggs can only roll when the stream is flagged as 18+. Don't ask Krista why. The red button is just outright fun. It's not. There's no Easter egg chance. It has several variations, and some of those variations can be a lot of fun. Random sound clip. Not really an Easter egg. It just has a whole bunch of things it can roll. 3 people think they saw her, and none of them. So 3 people think they saw her. Okay. Just sitting outside hoping. Hopefully then. Hopefully I haven't wandered very far. It's Gothic's cat we're talking about. Hopefully Hopefully found soon. Delayed jump scare. Has a small chance of an Easter egg, if I'm not mistaken. Honestly, I haven't heard it roll in such a long time, I'm beginning to wonder whether I still have it in there or not. But I might have also set the percentage to like 1 or 2%, so yeah. Thunder has a 2% chance of an Easter egg. So does Thunderstorm. It's 2% per roll though, because that one lasts an hour. Yeah, there we go. Those are the redeems. Some of the exclamation mark commands also have a Easter egg chance, but I can't keep track of which ones I put Easter eggs in or not. I've probably forgotten half the things I put in Easter eggs into and won't remember it until it rolls. I'll be like, I put that in there? Alright, welcome back from ads, everybody. I'm just going to clear all of the request queues, which will unfortunately not trigger the throws again, because I found the option that controls that. Although it was sort of funny when it did that. Ah, Cody, just a hero I wanted to see. Would you mind doing me a small favor? Go talk to 3 people? Ah, okay. I need you to meet me at Diamond Forge. This won't take long, I promise. The Diamond Forge. The one, the only Diamond Forge. Which is just out here, I think. Yep. Alright, the Awakened Sands and the Rising Stones both use the same music. I just had to see where it goes out to for it to register with me, where I'm actually going. By the way, when you start this game, when you get your server selection, so one thing to consider is which server is considered new, which one is considered preferred. If you create a new character on either of these, you get... I tried pointing at the buff, but we just faded out into a cutscene. I'll point it out after the cutscene. I'm sorry to drag you away from your duties, but as I said, this won't take long. I just need you to stand perfectly still for a few moments. Now, Tadaru did give new clothes to a few other people.
And you're next.
Right, everyone, ready to go to work? Yep. It's only so long. No squirming now. Oh, and you might want to close your eyes. It's a surprise. Close your eyes after. No. Tadaru, you didn't have to do it this way. Dang, did she get the raw materials? Did she literally drag the raw materials into the room, beat the crap out of it, and then get the clothing on? Or what? Oh, maybe they were clawing at each other, I don't know. There, all finished. The Warrior of Light's every measurement, from heroic head to tripping toe. Did I just automatically replace words? No, I didn't. I thought I automatically replaced Warrior of Light with the sectoral leader. Hey, I could have. My brain could have made me do that. I felt like my brain was tempted to do that. Well, wouldn't you like to know? And all in good time, Cody. All in good time. All part of the plot. Mm-hmm. Found you. Oh, you know, arrived later, not during that. That would have been interesting. Evelyn wants everyone from in the Solar for a meeting. I don't know what it's about, but he seemed to think it was very important. Go on, we have everything we need. No sense in keeping everyone waiting. Yep. And so it begins. Oh my goodness. And no, Krista, you cannot ask about the sectoral leader's parameters.
Did we miss anything?
Oh, it's voice cutscene.
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Orianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Uh-huh.
Thank you, Elise. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention.
Like the Ascians.
And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Is that all? Well, then the decision seems clear. No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
There you go, Alfred, get nominated.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention. As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated,
Welcome on
I
in.
lack the qualities required for such an office.
And
I
thank
would
you for the
much prefer
lurk.
to remain as I am now.
Thanks for
a
swinging on
soldier
by.
in
I
the field,
appreciate
so
the
to
lurk.
speak.
Oh yeah.
Should none of our numbers step forward, must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede he might struggle to balance his new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
Thancred makes a good point.
Yeah.
Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Oh my goodness! Help! I need some help here!
Is weather PWS subs only? I think I changed that actually. I think weather itself doesn't.
Tataru, are you all right?
Man.
I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Oh, that's what it was about. Oh, it is VIPs and subscriber. Thanks for testing that, by the way.
Please, you have to help her. Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds,
I might
surprised
open
you
up
were
that
still
command
moving
to
at all.
everyone in the future. Because this
Thank
is a
you.
cool feature.
My message. It was too important to delay.
By the way, this is
I
still
took the shortest
updating,
route I could,
despite me having issues
though I
with the
knew it was
remote
more heavily
computer.
patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
So, not too long ago here. 9.1 degrees, where my station's currently located. 48.4 Fahrenheit. It does have a calculation, an automatic calculation thing, and the command does. A dew point of 2.2. Winds are 2. Gusts of 3. 1.9 miles per hour, and no lightning strikes. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! We have hold on. Oh my goodness! We have a Raiders incoming! Oh my goodness! It's Pixie! It's Pixie! Oh my goodness! Good to see you. Welcome on in, Raiders. Welcome on in, Udon. We got a shout out going for Udon, going out for Udon here. But also, there will be a shout out going out for Pixie pretty soon here too. There's just I put it into a 2-minute queue so that the Twitch shoutouts work. Twitch shoutouts have a 2-minute cooldown, so I spaced it out by 2 minutes to make sure that that works, so that the full shoutout goes on out. Which means I actually have to wait. I would originally have to wait for a bit to see what you were playing, but I know what you were playing, Pixie. I hope DVD went fantastic. Hopefully you did not get very many sluggers, and hopefully you didn't get very many tunglers. I know I was there during one of the tunglers, so hopefully you didn't get many more of those. And I hope you had a fantastic time over there. If any of you are less than familiar with me, I'm sectoral leader Cody. I like to play RPGs. I like to play my Mario games, and I like creative games. So yeah, I like to stream those. I also really like Outbreak in particular, so I will be making that a more frequent thing on Saturdays. We had fun, and that's what counts. Heck yeah, having fun. All for it. Yeah, welcome on in. Also, a shout out did previously go out for Udon as well. If you guys are not following Udon, then I strongly recommend giving Udon a follow. Not only is watching a game in development a really cool thing, but there is also an interactive game that you can interact with through the channel redeems over there. So definitely give Udon a follow. And anyone who hasn't followed Pixie yet, give Pixie a follow. Hey, there's the shout out, I think. Yep, there it is. There's the shout out for Pixie. So give Pixie a follow. Pixie's very community oriented, plays a lot of DBD and also Phasmophobia. Has a pretty fun crew and very community oriented and just lots of fun. Lots of fun. But yeah, thank you so much for bringing everyone by. If you need any post-stream care, definitely feel free to pursue that. Whether it be rest, food, water, a stretch, you know, any of that stuff. And welcome on in. We just got started on Final Fantasy XIV, actually, because I spent an hour and a half on the weather segment because the weather was being spicy. And there was a lot of rotation potential in a few of these cells, and because the NWS has been warning less and less storms that are tornado capable, refer to my rant earlier in the stream about what the administration is doing to the NWS. I really feel like that has something to do with it, but anyway, set that aside. Spicy weather near you? Not really. We do have some unsettled weather over here, but it's nothing severe. I actually drove through a few spots of rain on my commute back from bowling. We are also joined. I have to actually exit the Final Fantasy XIV window to use hotkeys, which is incredibly annoying. But for the most part, I do. It still didn't work. Okay, cool. Eric's getting hard brain. Oh. Must be a pretty interesting cell happening there. I know there was a hail-capable cell over in the northwest of over there. Hopefully nothing too serious. Colorado had one heck of a tornado-capable storm going through it, and that was outside of the 2% zone, so It should probably actually be a 2% zone there. But yeah, it's just scattered all over the place. Yeah, we just got started. We got introduced to Nago, who I just call Mango. Because, I don't know, but that's the closest I could get. Once I close this, the voiced cutscene will continue. After this dialogue advances. It is a voiced cutscene. I will voice act where there is not voice acting. Or try to, at least.
You're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
By the way, this also leads
I'm
into
sorry,
Stormblood.
Ida. I had good reason. But I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance.
Minago.
I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin.
Griffin.
He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Try to attack the Empire directly, even though the Empire is well equipped.
No easy target. He means to assault Belsar's wall from the Alamegan side.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Yeah. It's not
Be
a
that
very
as it
wise
may,
plan.
if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Agreed. I should depart for Limsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral.
Yeah.
Thancred, SLdr is yours.
Yeah, it's a matter of dealing with them sooner or later.
Alphino and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive. You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emmerich and encourage him to send an envoy. To Taru, Kryl, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
Scatter! We don't scurry and scatter until Shadowbringers.
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end.
Wait, you're right in the new book, Papalimo?
The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice.
Honestly, the tone of his voice makes it feel like a different voice actor. But I can see the ties.
'Twas Master Louis Soir himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied. And so, I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
Not a fan of your thought process, Papalimo. Don't you be foreshadowing that stuff. We still have our umbrella. Yes. I think we are going to be able to keep this until the end. Ew, disgusting, a bot. tell by the nameplate and by where they are. Okay. Oh, but yeah, we got our wind-up Umbrita. Oh, also we got, one of the bosses gave us a card. That's nice of him. Got a few things. I don't care about the faded copies of things. They can only be used by, only alchemists can restore them to full, so, eh. Alpine coat. Fancy. Alright, we gotta go back to Ishgard. Which we're probably just gonna teleport to. As always when I'm playing this, feel free to join if you'd like to. Just keep in mind, we are in a Heavensward area. So, if you are just getting started and you're like in a Realm Reborn, we can still party up technically, and I can still help you out if need be. But I will be in a map that you can't access until you have beaten post Heavensward, or sorry, post the Realm Reborn, which takes a decade. Actually, if you skip all cutscenes, it's much faster. But if you skip all cutscenes, you also miss out on a lot of fundamental knowledge of A Realm Reborn, which may be needed to fully enjoy the future expansions. Greetings, Warrior of Light. What brings you to Ishgard? Oh yeah, I'm just gonna make my umbrella disappear. Adotamedato! I see. Wait here. I will summon Sir Emmerich. Gerbil, welcome morning, good to see you. I hope you are having a lovely time so far. I am having a pretty good time myself. Did some bowling today. Drove through a few spots of rain showers on the way back because we have instability in our area. Not enough for a thunderstorm, but enough for localized rain spots. Doing pretty good? Oh, heck yeah. Glad to hear that. Oh, things have been going nice. It's refreshing to see tower and cumulus clouds around here. They're not cumulonimbus, they're not thunderstorms, but it's still some sort of active weather, I suppose. It's been super humid and rainy over here today. Ah, a rain day. Well, as long as it's not humid and sunny, that would be really bad. Especially considering some of the severe weather that's been going across a number of areas today. Our weather segment was 1.5 hours. Because of how many crazy weather systems there were to keep an eye on. Like, my goodness. It's good to see you, my friend. 'Tis but a pity it must be under such circumstances. Had Lucia not informed me of the urgency of your suit, I would have certainly have sent for some wine. Sir Emmerich and I are chums, essentially, at this point. I mean... Oh, chum! Anyway. Sorry. Some of the voices I randomly do is... There's a good chance there's a Xenoblade Chronicles reference, or Xenoblade Chronicles 2, or 3 maybe. Yeah, the weather's been very spicy. Around here, it's just been unstable. Not really anything worth remarking. It's nice driving through some showers, especially when it's sunny and you're driving through some showers too. But to business, and I thank you for bringing these developments in Alamigo to our attention. Ishgard will of course send an envoy to attend the council in Gridania. I cannot say who will represent us, however, as the choice is not mine to make. Not mine alone, at any rate. Yeah, I love a light breeze with a little rain in it. Yeah, the raindrops got big at some points. Might also be because the freezing point's not too high up, but we're not expecting mixed precipitation. Not right now. Actually, we're a little late in April. We might not get mixed precipitation anymore. But again, that's going to depend on when the rain times itself. Given the imminence of the threat, we may forego the formalities of a full assembly, but I will still need to consult my counterpart in the House of Commons prior to proceeding. Will you permit me some time to make the necessary arrangements? Yes. I thank you. A representative, whoever we select, will require a suitable escort. Make your preparations and inform Sir Tadloop that he is to lead in your absence. Yes, Lord Commander. Cody, pray accompany Lucia to the Gates of Judgment, and make ready to depart for Gridania. I will have our envoy join you as soon as I can. Fury speed you on your way. Whenever you're in post-expansion areas, expect the experience gain to be terrible. 5,000, which is multiplied by 2 because of the bonus. Out of 2.5 million experience points that are required to level up. It's extremely sad. But all the quests sort of like stick at level 60 for a while until we get into Stormblood. Which we're not going to even be streaming until next year, so. Next year's schedule, I'm also making a lot of adjustments to it because the whole Switch 2 coming out June 5th thing means that there's going to be a few games. There might even be a GameCube game that I throw in there that are streamable. They're easy to stream now. So, yeah. Also, Mario Kart World, I'm gonna want to stream that. I might actually throw in a bonus stream off-season. Just for some Switch to Mario Kart stuff. If you have no other business in the city, join me at the Gates of Judgment. We must be ready to depart the instant the envoy arrives. Good thing we can teleport there quickly. We just gotta go to our friendly neighborhood Ethernet shard here. And go to the Gates of Judgment. Perfect. Nice and fast. Wow, Lucia, you got here really fast. We meet again. As it happens, my counterpart in the House of Commons agreed that I should act as Ishgard's envoy. Dang, Emmerich, it's been a while. Not, I concede, but there was ever any real doubt. As Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, it is my duty to sanction any military cooperation. Be that as it may, I could not in good conscience make the decision alone. Not with the ink scarce dry in the Republic's books of statutes. And I trust you understand, my friend. Unless, I must test your patience still further by making a brief stop at Camp Dragonhead. Given the trouble brewing in the Black Shroud, I would see that the garrison ready to defend the border. Let me, oh, shoot, I have to merge tabs. I'm just gonna pull up the main story list again, just so I can keep track. I just want to know where I am schedule-wise and all that. Plus, I already know where the story goes anyway, so... yeah. I've already been through it. Edge of Fate. Ah, this is the patch where we do the dungeon. Okay. Also, at this point, I'm pretty sure... ah! Okay. Susanna is currently in another world.
Just... give it about a couple 100 seconds and I won't be.
Oh my goodness.
Or maybe even less than that, because just currently rolling for loot.
Oh, jeez. Whenever I add a name to the title bar, it always says with shared chat, but it's like, yeah, but we're not both streaming, so that's not applicable this time. If we were both streaming, on the other hand, sure, a shared chat. The garrison commander waits within. Why not accompany me, Cody? You may see a familiar face. I mean, we are in a familiar area. Oh boy, here comes the Professor Colorado voice. Cody, oh boy! How wonderful to see you, and Sir Ebert too! To what do I owe these unexpected pleasures? Hemlock, welcome on in! I hope you're having a lovely time zone so far. Things are going lovely over here. I mean, like, the day's been pretty good. And I have a very long walk planned for tomorrow. I plan to scout the long walk path that I usually take. It should be safe. There shouldn't be too much mud or flooded areas or ice at this time. But those areas receive less sunlight, so who knows? I will have some mulled wine to bring up from the kitchens at once. If you will excuse... Nay, do not trouble yourself, or we're not. We shall soon be on our way. Lucia, a brief summary, if you will. Yes, Lord Commander. A dirty potato. Ah, yes, a dirty potato! Those villains hardly need an excuse to wage war. Bloodletting comes naturally as breathing to a I mean, to an Imperial. Exactly. To an Imperial. Most Imperials. Not all. Most. And thus, we shall strengthen our patrols as you suggest. We shall also be sure to communicate these developments to Lord Francel and the Observatorium. I see you have everything in hand. Carry on, Commander. Surprised to see yours truly at the helm. You and me both, though, boy. I doubt I'll ever feel worthy to sit where he sat. Yet we can but play the hand we're dealt. And with a little help from the veterans, and Honor's ceaseless trialing, I'm sure I'll muddle through. So worry not, old boy! Off to Gridania with you, I say! whatever, any character that does the "oh boy" or "oh girl," I gotta use Professor Colorado's voice. Mario 64 memories. It's almost like I was just playing Mario 64 last year. I think I was playing Mario 64 last year. Oh, sorry, Paper Mario 64. Now I gotta go to do Gridania. Gridania. Also, I'm gonna progress in this, just so that it's out of the way.
Just unlocking it, or are we actually dancing with Shiva?
I think I already did that. I think this is the progress afterwards. Yeah. Oh, praise alone, I'm back. Okay, yeah. There we go. I think we did the Shiva one at a very ironic time. After we were finally okay with Yuzel, I think we I think that's when we did the Shiva one. That was such ridiculous ridiculous time to do it. It had to be done. I still have that The King Lives quest waiting to be completed. Outlet. I got my outlet from Palace of the Dead. Diplomatic duty has brought me from here on several occasions, but I find that I am enraptured by the Black Shard's beauty now, as when I first laid eyes upon it. And I fear that this time, however, events shall not afford us the luxury of enjoying the splendor of the forest. Nope. Allied decision. This is the quest before the dungeon. Also, spaghetti carbonara. That's not going to be what we have though, because not skill speed. Oh, we get the heavenly eggnog. I guess spell speed's the only thing that's useful on that. Vitality's alright. Discord is currently showing a blank window again. Okay, it fixed itself. Neat. That's a cool bug. It seems we are to have an escort to the Lotus Stand. A pleasant place to discuss unpleasant matters, is it not? A tote potato! Umbrella disappear. Yes, of course. 'Tis like we're the last to arrive. Let us announce ourselves, shall we? Alright, we gotta speak to the Silent Conjurer, who definitely speaks. Every time we have to speak with the Silent Conjurer, I always have to make the same comment. Definitely speaks. Oh, maybe not this time. Oh. Nope, Silent Conjurer definitely speaks. The envoy from Mishgard has arrived. Very good. This way if you put... Ah! And the Leminson party as well. I had to slip in unnoticed. But I see I was not the only one delayed in my arrival. Greetings, Sir Emmerich. Admiral, always a pleasure. And Cody, I trust you are well. 'Tis a day for reunions, it seems. And I believe you are well acquainted with my escort. Master Cody, I was glad to hear from Rayola that the missing scions have now been found. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Wait. Ah, yes, there we go. It's the head shake one, right? It's the head shake animation. I can just do that myself. Yep. I could do that more easily. There is much and more I would discuss with you. But let us first attend the issue at hand, shall we?
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gyr Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphino?
Indeed, Elder Seedseer. Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force. And the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
At the Battle of
that'd be
Cartino,
problematic.
the combined might of 3 grand companies labored to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
There's a good chance they would.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
The Doman people, too, would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal.
On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
Alright,
It is
looks
time
like
we
got
set our
the-
contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed? Then let us make ready for war.
Yes.
Victory favors
Okay.
the swift. And there is much to be done.
And off they go. Yes. Yes. Wait, can I? No, the head nod is super subtle when I try to
The
do it.
Council knows that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defences seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one.
Oh my goodness, that camera angle makes the
Something
sectoral
feels
leader look like a tower, which
In making
he
ready
actually
for
is.
war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
Alright, that sounded weird without the sound effects. Whenever I click out the window, the sound effects go quiet. I could change that. That is configurable, but... Wait a minute, is that a system setting? Will that... That's a system setting. So that affects... So ambient sounds. I can just enable that. In fact, I could probably... turn this off too, so that you guys don't get the limited FPS when I'm clicking out too. I'm gonna need to click out more often now, because the latest Final Fantasy XIV update screwed around with keybinds outside the game. Keybinds outside the game don't work at all while the game is active now, which is irritating. They messed with a few things that involve the window surfacing and the launcher window behavior. And I'm not a big fan of the changes on that front. Really annoying. That the console was able to reach an accord so swiftly is a heartening development in itself. I only hope that my misgivings prove unfounded. Ah, good. You have yet to depart. I fear I had missed you. Sir Emmerich. Master Alphinaud, a pleasure as always. And Mistress Alice, how wonderful to see you thus recovered. Pardon the interruption. I'd hoped to thank Cody for serving as our escort before our duties called him away. Other duties. I also wish to thank our Domin ally. Forgive me, my lord. I was but waiting for an opportune moment to join the conversation. And force of habit made me keep to the shadows. Oh man, it's me in social interaction. Yeah, I'm just going to stick to the shadows. I'm not sure when or if I'll be able to join this conversation. I'm just gonna stick to the shadows over there, man. Thank you. No apologies are necessary, Mistress Yuri. I was most grateful for your introduction when I offered Ishgard support. My nation's historic failure to heed the Alliance's pleas for aid is a matter of record. Even so, the Alliance leaders were plainly unprepared for my impromptu apology. The resultant air of awkwardness might have lingered for longer, were it not for your timely offer of cooperation, which allowed the Elder Seedseer to accept us both. I very much appreciated the gesture. I only did for my duty, Sir Emmerich. The Empire is an enemy to us all, and we are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side. And full glad to have you. Pray convey my regards to the Scions, my friends. We must return to Ishgard. Whatever is wrong with a simple sorry or thank you? Must these politicians always make a speech out of everything? Oh my goodness, Alice. Oh, that resonates with me, my goodness. It's like when you're trying to ask a politician for an answer for something. Except it's even worse when you try to get an answer out of a politician, because they blab about something that's not even the answer half the time. Oh my goodness. That is how we adults speak, dear sister. Alphinaud, no. I totally understand where the angle she's approaching. Mayhap the ones who like the sound of their own voice. In any case, our business here is concluded. We should be on our own way as well. If you want a simple answer out of me for weather, though, you're not getting that. You're getting paragraphs. A weather envoy. Will you accompany us to Revenant's Toll, Yugiri? Actually, I think I should pay a brief visit to the East Shroud. I'm curious to know how Papalima and Yira fared on their task with the Sylphs. Not to mention what's going on at Balzer's Wall. I will join you at the Rising Stones of now. Wow, the Silent Conjurer sure is talking a lot in the background. Why is the Conjurer called Silent? Oh, sorry, that's not the Silent Conjurer. Sorry, they look similar. Oh, wait. No, they don't. They look similar in the garb. The garb makes them look similar. Ah. When you see somebody attune into an Ethernet Shroud in New Gridania, it's like, brand new character. You never know if they're actually a new player because, again, alt characters. And a lot of people do like to replay the story. Oh, Foundation. No. There we go. Oh, whoops. Oh, Yugiri, I didn't mean to bother you. Alice is the one who wants to talk to me. Welcome back, Cody. I didn't know about you, but I'm heartily glad that all of the talking is over. I understand that these council meetings are important, but do you not find it tiresome to have to weigh every word before you speak it? I doubt I will ever feel at home in the realm of politics. The sectoral leader has to deal with a lot of politics. I mean, he leads a sector. Well, some fraction of it. He has to put that workload on a lot of his co-workers and stuff. Because there's some other things that he definitely needs to address, like the immediate defense of something. That said, people have been known to change. And if my brother is willing to run his own errands, anything is possible. Eggnog! Apparently there's an Easter version of eggnog that's been, that exists. Well, actually, it's post-Easter now, so it might not exist anymore, but... Griffin on the wall. Slopeeeeh Griffin. Nice. You guys will understand the meme when it happens. Oh wait, we might be doing this unsynced. We might not even be able to hear it. Well, as much as I enjoy the bustle of the toll, I think it's time we headed inside. My brother and the others will not be long. This is the one that unlocks the dungeon. Ah, you returned from the council. But what of Alphanid? Did some other matter require his attention? Mine apologies, friends. I trust we have not kept you waiting over long. Greetings, everyone! Oh, Kyle! How's Nango doing? She will be alright, won't she? I don't see why not. She's sleeping at the moment. Tataru's keeping an eye on her. So we'll know soon enough if there's any change in her condition. We got ads in about a minute. Hopefully the ads are over by then. Oh, sorry, hopefully the cutscene's over by then. Her wounds are healing well. With sufficient rest, I'm certain she'll make a full recovery. Thank goodness for that. Now, mayhap you would share with us the Council's decision. They said yes. Each of the nations, Ishgard included, has committed to provide military support to Gridania. The Eorzean Alliance will soon have a significant force in the Black Shroud, ready to respond to any Imperial act of aggression. You know, I almost wish the Council would stop messing around and give the Griffin what he wants. I wouldn't like to be the Imperial caught between the Resistance and the Alliance. Yida, you cannot seriously... One does not lightly go to war with the Garlean Empire. Quite. To open hostilities without due consideration would be to invite disaster. If there were only some way to reach the Griffin, some means to convene him to abandon this reckless cause. It may not be entirely unfeasible. There is a network of tunnels beneath Bales' wall, secret passages dug by the Resistance to provide a way out of Alamigo, which may equally serve as a way in. Precisely. If all are in agreement, I would be one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I am familiar with the route, and the Resistance is familiar with me. About as familiar as they are with me, you mean? Say what you want, I'm coming too. I have some experience in the practice of infiltration. If you would have me, my services are at your disposal. As are mine. It has been far too long since I shared a shadow with a shinobi, and I do not intend to waste the opportunity. 4 is quite sufficient for an infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only serve to increase the risk of detection. Carlo and I will direct our energies elsewhere. What of you, Liviers? I will return to the East Shroud and stand watch over the border. Should matters take a turn for the worse, 'twould seem wise to be on hand. Might I prevail upon you to accompany me, Cody? Gridania will be safer for your presence, and while it may not seem the most thrilling duty, dear sister, might I ask that you remain at the Rising Stones to pass on messages and so on? To hold the fort, you mean? Very well. I suppose the task must fall to someone. Safe travels, all of you. Have you had started? Ah, they're like halfway through and I just... I was hoping they'd wait. Ah! Yeah! Anyways. So what I was going to point out the server bonuses. So when you're creating a character in Final Fantasy XIV, a big thing to consider in terms of world, I know most people prioritize where their friends are. So if you and your friends are planning on starting in Final Fantasy XIV, which there is a free trial, and it doesn't have that much limitations to it really. It doesn't even have playtime limitation. Up to Stormblood doesn't incur a cost. When you're selecting the world to create your character on, what you're looking for is a preferred world or a new world. If you select any of those, you get this bonus up here, the preferred world bonus. That is a server buff, and that will be there for as long as it is a preferred world, a new world, or a minimum of, I think, 90 days.
Yeah, whichever of those two things happen last.
Yeah. And yeah, well, you've got this, almost everything is doubled. Almost all experience points are doubled, including your quest experience points, which main story gives you a good amount. when you're actually in the main story, not post-main story. And that adds a pretty significant amount of experience points. And that'll actually result in you being over-leveled more likely than not if you focus on one class going through main story.
Yeah, it's not too hard to believe that you'd be level 25 after the first dungeon.
Yeah.
Plus.
Yeah, that experience doubled also applies to dungeon experience points, and that gives you a good amount in A Realm Reborn, so... definitely consider what world you create your characters on. Halicarnassus is still a new world, so if you create new characters on Halicarnassus, you will get the 90 bonus. Or sorry, the double bonus up to level 90. And it'll probably stay a new world for quite a while. I still feel like it doesn't have a very high population, so that buff will probably continue for a while. If you create your character on a normal world, a world that is not preferred, then you will not get this bonus at the beginning. So just keep that in mind. World transfers will also not affect whether or not you have it. Actually, if you transfer from a new world to a normal world, you may lose it after 90 days. Or 90 minus however many days you've already played. Also, it will cost you real money to transfer from a new world to a normal world, and you cannot transfer to a congested world. Because congested worlds are congested, they're trying to get player population off of that. You also, in most cases, cannot create new characters on a congested world. Sometimes it opens up briefly, like if the amount of players on the world at present happen to be low enough, but usually it's restricted. In general, Final Fantasy XIV here, it can take a little bit to actually like get into the world, get right into the story, because you got to start from somewhere. You start as like an Aaron boy, and then or an Aaron girl, or Aaron X, whatever, what. I guess you can still only select 2 genders in this game, but that's only just because of the limitations of this game, and the fact that they have to adjust so many pieces of equipment, there's so many weapons, so many different pieces of gear, depending on what gender you select. I'm pretty sure that's the only thing that's like holding them back from expanding upon that. Also, the different races, different appearances, different lore, etc., 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 you know. All that. So yeah, it takes a little bit to get right into the story, and it does take quite a while to get a mount. You have to reach a level 20 main story quest and defeat your first boss, Ifrit. After that, you you'll get the quest. You'll join a grand company, and they'll give you a chocobo, and yeah, that's the point when you actually be able to use mounts. You can still hitch rides off of others, though. Essentially, you get a permit to ride a chocobo, but like driving an actual vehicle, you don't need a license to be a passenger. Yeah, something like that. I think I have multi-mount somewhere on... I don't have it on my hotbar because I don't use it right now, but... Whoops, that's not where you find it. A certain chocobo, like, draw chocobo here, says ×2, so I can have somebody else ride with me. I thought I had a, oh no, not on this. Wait, what? What? I thought I had an 8 mount that was tied to service account. Maybe I never used the item. I must have never used the item. Alright.
Yeah, if it's account-wide, it'd be given to every character, including the ones you make from scratch.
Oh, also, there are several things that... We got Sir Emmerich, the wind-up Sir Emmerich at one point. We got this. We got this. There's a lot of things I didn't open yet. Did I put the other stuff into my retainer's inventory? What the heck? Okay, well, the mount guide definitely doesn't reflect the... Oh! I have favorites selected, that's why. See? ×8. There's an 8. Oh. ×4. There's not very many ×4, ×8s. But they're there. There's a ×4 you can get through a limited event. But, that shows up from time to time. They'll have to introduce the Final Fantasy 15 collab event again, which they've done in the past, so they could do it again, who knows when. They actually did some event revisits before the latest expansion came out to keep people occupied. If you have any unfinished business in the toll, pray attend to it now. I would depart for Hawthorne Hut without delay. The nearby watchtower offers an unobstructed view of Bale's Wall, and I should be interested to speak with the Alliance commanders who've installed themselves at the top. Oh yeah, commanders who have installed themselves. Heck yeah. They can't leave from there now, they're part of the wall. They're part of the, they're part of the tower. We're just gonna teleport there. I'm not worried about using the free tickets. My other character has so many free teleport tickets now. He kept hitting the cap, the Grand Company cap, and needed something to spend them on. So now he has over 200 ventures, which is a currency you use for sending your retainers out on missions. Sorry, that crow is distracting me. That sounds like an Australian crow. It's going wah, wah. A little less nasally, but it almost sounds like an Australian crow. The weather was just... Oh, the weather changed to rain while I was initiating the cutscene. Oh my goodness. Ah, Cody, there you are. Come. Asmer's Spire awaits. The Alliance officers on the platform should be able to apprise us of any developments of the wall. Are they installed on the wall? Fancy meeting the two of you here. We were about to set forth. Indeed, I was about to say 12 watch over you, but I doubt you have need of divine protection, even if you are venturing into enemy territory. Don't worry, Alphanid. We'll have the griffin by the scruff of the neck before you know it. Do make up your mind, Ida. Never a moment ago, you seemed ready to shake the griffin by the hand rather than the neck. So, which is it to be? 'Twould be best to decide before we enter into negotiations. Trust me, Papalymo. I'll shake whatever needs shaking. Ida, do not say that in front of Krista. Do not say that in front of Krista. The talking part I leave to you. Oh my goodness. I think I feel a headache coming on. Let's be on our way, shall we? Some things never change. Well then, shall we make for the spire? Our alliance friends will doubtless have news for us. Oh yes. Enjoy being soaked by the rain, Alphanud. I'm indifferent to it. You could say the sectoral leader doesn't get wet from the rain, but no, it probably does. I don't think it affects him though. Body temperature doesn't work the same way with his species. While we're here, oh hey, Kublukop, we got rid of King Mog. Come back several months. Come back several months later. Oh, that was just to make it available. Okay, that's fine. But anyway, we completed that. Throw random doesn't work. See, I would shut that off, but again, I don't want to mess around with the percentages. Mythbreaker. I know that title's a reference to Mythbusters. They do the play on words. Welcome, Warrior of Light. I assume you are here to speak with our commanding officers. You will find them in the observation platform. Pray proceed. Is the FPS... What's going on with the FPS on OBS right now? Oh, you know what? It's not OBS. The software that controls my VTuber is actually the one doing the doing the thing. Okay. Let me see if I can adjust that. Maybe face tracking is just being slow? I don't know. Ah, quick load. Hello there. I'm now looking right at you. Okay, anyways. I forgot I had different camera presets for the sectoral leader. Krista, I like to do camera presets I put for Krista. Those are freaking cute. Greetings, my friend. 'Tis good to see you both well. I was hoping you might turn up. I've dragged half the watch here. See, and the sight of you might help remind them why we bothered. If memory serves, I have not seen many of you since the day of the Grand Melee. Having borne the blunt of your blows, I might say it was an honor to stand at your side. At least you didn't say it was an honor to be the brunt of your blows. No. 'Tis heartening to see you in the realm's most stalwart defenders, thus gathered in a common cause. Speaking of which, what news from the wall? I enjoyed that Grand Melee. I loved being beat up. All has been quiet. That doesn't sound quiet to me. Report! What? 7 hells. Fighting has broken out of the top of the wall. A full-scale assault. So the Griffin has made his move. Someone has. And what's that supposed to mean? The attackers, they're wearing Grand Company colors. Impossible. We gave no such order. Of course. The wall was never the Griffin's target. It was bait. We have been coded into deploying our armies nearby, thus lending weight to this deception. If those uniforms are convincing enough to deceive my scouts, the Empire will surely think we've launched an offensive. This could mean war. Even so, this may not yet be no more than a diversion. With the armies of the Alliance occupying the Empire's attention, it would be comparatively easy for the Griffin supporters to slip into Alamigo. He could then incite a rebellion against the populace, which the Imperial reserves would be hard-pressed to contain. Eorzea, meanwhile, would be plunged into chaos. Cody, we must make for the wall at once. Oh yeah, we'll go there. But just the two of you. Our companions embarked on a mission to sway the Griffin from his course, and are likely halfway to his command post by now. They will emerge in the midst of a raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them to their fate. It will be dangerous, aye. But the confusion may work to our advantage. If we are careful to avoid a skirmishing, it may yet be possible to reach the Griffin, and if we can do that... Lady Hilda, might I ask you to have an airship ready to bear the Scions to safety? Huh. I don't know who this Lady Hilda is, Marshal, but you can count on me. We must prepare for Imperial reprisals. May the Navigator guide us through the storm. It is pretty rainy. Onward, comrades. The time has come to drive the Empire from Alamigo, and force action upon those who have turned their backs towards suffering for so long. Oops, that's not the button. Let this victory be the first step in the liberation of our homeland. Alamigo will be free, no matter the cost. Alrighty then. Okay. Well, time for us to do our part then. On our actual Griffon. Thanks, RNG. Ah, perfect. We can get partied up. And we'll make it funny. From what Papalima told me, the trail ahead should lead us into the shadow of the wall. As we have two objectives, I suggest we divide our forces. I shall make straightaways for the tunnels and attempt to intercept our comrades ere they stumble into a bloodbath. While I do so, I must ask that you scale the wall. Know that I would not propose such a course if there were any other way. But the time for subtlety is past. Take a band of your most trusted companions and cut a path to the Griffin. Make him see reason, by any means necessary. That camera angle is a little weird. Once we are free of the tunnels, we will make for your position with all due haste. If everything proceeds according to plan, Hilda will then swoop in and spirit us all away to safety. I only pray that we have enough time. Time to scale the wall. By the way, we are very close to the Stormblood area right now. This wall essentially separates the two. The wall. Not sure if the Griffin's gonna live long enough for us to hear the voice lines. Maybe.
Well. Do we try to hold DPS until he says the line?
I suppose.
Or do we just absolutely, or do we just kill him?
I suppose we could wait. How's it going, Imperials? It's been a while. Wow, critical thunder. Oh, there we go. There we go. The key. Gone. Bye-bye. Oh, so let me get my thundercloud back. There we go. Activate the platform. Treasure Copper just sitting here like, yep. Jeez. Ah. Oh, here they go again. Yep. Whee! And now we can scale the wall even further. Here we go. These elevators just remind me of that elevator that I bugged out in the cast room. Before they changed the way that elevator worked so that you can't do that anymore. There's a lot of things that they've changed over the time with some of the Aroma-born stuff. Oh, that's right. I don't really need to be afraid to use sprint because it changes to jog afterwards. Wait, why is my jog still active? I thought I cured aggro. Huh. Weird. Well, apparently I still have jog. I shouldn't by the time we engage in this boss. If I still have jog when we engage with this boss, that is a bug. You can't be called the Griffin anymore, you just revealed your face. Alright, we'll entertain you, Griffon. For a bit.
Yeah.
I'll smack you with the staff.
Yeah. How'd you like these? Sloppy.
There we go.
Sloppy indeed.
And that's what we were waiting for. So now you guys understand where that meme comes from. Yes, I'll probably make it a sound clip. Hey, look, a coat of Caston. Unfortunately, I can't check what my other... Yeah, I can't change classes here, so I don't know if that's actually better than what I currently have. I'm gonna guess it is. And then I'm gonna realize that it isn't. When I realized I got, wait a minute, we got top-end equipment handed to us at some point, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, only do it if you want the glamour. Or the seals, I guess.
There, it's okay. I can only pat the air because you are not targetable, but it's okay.
You've beaten me, aye.
Exactly. See, you're not called the Griffin anymore. You were mislabeled back there.
But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things to come.
Stock sound effect.
We did it! We showed the bastards! Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea. They die that others may live.
Vanguards! Attack!
7 hells! Do you hear that?
War machines. How did they get here so quickly?
Stand your ground! For the resistance!
There's nowhere to run! We're cut off!
Chaotic indeed.
Gods help us! What are we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful.
mighty Ralker. Grant us the strength to crush our...
What? What?
There you are.
As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Illbird. I should have known. This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand? You truly are a sheltered child, Leverrier.
You know, there's a nice distance between the top of this wall and the ground. We should do a gravity test.
Nidhogg's eyes. No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
Yeah, but this guy's broken beyond repair.
To reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free Al Amigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
What exactly do you mean to do?
And one of you just, like, test the effects of gravity from here to the ground using this dude? Come on. Yeah, stand there and stare.
Cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
We're still letting this guy speak.
Summoned?
You cannot mean
gravity,
to fight
you
the
guys.
Empire with a primal. You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power.
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
Gravity! But we're supposed to gravity without the eyes. That's why you guys should have done the gravity test before. Oh no, it's that ball from it's Dracia's soul. Oh no. Someone get Kirby in here.
This light, is it?
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do.
There is one thing.
What? Hey, where do you think you're going?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
But that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days!
Forbidden spells?
Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Tiptimati, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalymo! I know how that spell works. It is time to leave.
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go. The further away, the better.
No! If you're staying, then so am I.
No, Ida. There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here. Not like this. Take her! Please, you have to take her!
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
Technically, I could. Technically, I could, but the AoE would be of this is probably not going to be good. We'd probably get out of here.
If you tried to stay by his side, he would have blasted you onto the ship anyway.
Hilda, I think he means
Guess you can tell which option I picked.
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida. Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
Success. It is a little weird considering the considering there is a raid series in A Realm Reborn that has you actually deal with the threat, and it's like, well, you could totally take on that. So even if it was brought back again, you could probably still
About that. Let's just say there's a reason that those raids do not appear on the raid roulette. Hell, you can't even roll them on the mentor roulette. They are that brutal. At least when you go in synced.
When you go in synced, yes. Oh my goodness, when you go in synced, are they ever bullshit. Why? Why didn't they let me stay? Pabolino is my friend. I should have been there with him. You could see it in his eyes, Ida. He knew what he was doing, what had to be done. Master Louisor wore that same look right before the end. Oh my... Do not send... Wait, why are my notifications still making noise? Hold on. Where is the shut up notifications button? That button. There we go. That's better. Do you think I don't know that? I know, alright. I know. There was nothing more you could have done. It would cut us all off guard. Even Cody was powerless to stop him. Unsynced, I would have had the power, actually. But unfortunately, this game does something that still irritates me to the very end. And that's called making your character do absolutely nothing 95% of the bloody time. Before he even pulled those eyes out, somebody could have done the gravity test early, and we would have been done with that idiot. If you must blame someone, then blame me. Just promise that you will never forget what Pabolima strove to protect, or the lessons he tried to teach you. Don't speak to me. Evie are with me. Go on. Go back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened here. That wasn't a griffin on the wall. I know what a griffin is. Mount Roulette chose the one and only actual griffin when I was on my way here. Also, we get an orchestration roll after this. Once again, I find myself at a loss for words. But Vancouver is right. We must return to the Rising Stones and appraise our companions of all of this. Pray make your way there at once. I will send word to Ystol and the others of our imminent return. Someone earned. Yeah, that's what they called the gear set. It's great. It's a beautiful name, and that cannot be denied. Someone earned. I did a double take. 288 followers. We're 12 followers away from 300. That is quite something. considering we hit the 200 milestone. Was it February, or was February when I finally did a stream to recognize that? Calendar will tell me. Wait, that still works? What? Wait. So, throw... Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. The commands are working now? Oh. Huh? Hold on. Did they fix the problem? We're gonna have to test something once we're in here, alright? You know, it's like the bot just periodically rolls these things, and it hasn't been working for the longest time, and now it's suddenly starting to work. Okay, we need to test something. Ah! I tried dragging the window and decided to select everything. Okay, we need to test something. So, either that or the commands randomly started working. The big test is going to be, the big test on whether they actually fix this is going to be tested. Oh, the commands reactivated themselves at a point too, and I forgot to disable them. That's fine. Also, I just realized I put a cost on some of the throws, but there's no actual way to check. There's no way for the throw-in software to actually check whether you can afford the command. So I might just remove the cost entirely and just do it as, like, I don't know, a sub-perk or something. Anyway, that's interesting. So, stand by for a moment, guys. What I'm going to do is I'm going to disable the temporary measures here. The temporary measure throws. And... I think throw a Krista is the first one. So I have to label all these as throw something again. And go Krista. I'm actually just going to do that for one of these. I'm not applying the changes to everything if this is not fixed. We're going to unpause and we're going to enable this. And then I'm going to do throw something, and I'm going to go Krista. And make sure I configured it correctly. Throw something, throw something. Okay, so commands are working again, but the text input is still not working. Okay. Well, at least we got one additional thing that's working now. So I'm just going to change this back then, and I'm going to throw... Change that back to throw Krista. Figured I'd give it a try. And we're going to throw the temporary measures, throw something back on, and we're going to throw items back on. Okay. I had to test that. I was curious on if they actually freaking fixed it, and... They didn't fix that! But the exclamation mark throw commands are now working. We do have ads about to roll here, so before I even continue with the story, we gotta wait for the ads to get out of the way. Well, that's fun. That means the bot's random throws are gonna work too. Does that mean Meteor works too? Yep. Ow. Okay. So yeah, the commands are working now. The throwables that require text input still don't work. But the exclamation mark throw commands now suddenly work. So neat. Welcome back, Jazz. We were just testing something out because apparently the throw commands started working randomly. So neat. The throw commands, I am gonna be reviewing over them tomorrow, and anything that has a cost, I plan to just change to a sub-perk or something like that. Because, theoretically, if you use a command and you don't have enough currency for it, it's still going to throw it anyways, because the throw-in software does not test for currency. It can't, because that's a Firebot currency, and they need to somehow interact with each other through API. And I don't want to touch API. So, so it's sort of fixed. Hopefully that's a sign that they're actually working on fixing things. It's sort of like a disconnect between the throw-in software's API and Twitch's API. There's some sort of problem between the two. Commands also used to work at some point, and then randomly stopped working, so... Alright. So, next, hopefully they tackle the channel points... The channel point redeems that require text input. Because those still do not work. I could try restarting it, but I don't want to. I don't wanna... Because I feel like the commands that require text input still don't actually work, so. I'll still test this stuff between streams, of course, just see if things come back. We're just waiting for ads here, so don't mind the yammering without progressing here. As you can see, we still have our umbrella too. If I am not mistaken, we have no more dungeons. We have no more dungeons left. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more main story questings. A lot of them containing a massive amount of yammering. And some back and forth Aaron level stuff or something like that. And then we're done post Heavensward.
Yeah, even Stormblood, you don't get your first dungeon for a while.
Holy jeez, yeah, that's right. And they do that annoying splits into two like right away again. I don't like it when they do that, but they always do that at the beginning of an expansion. It's annoying. And I feel like it's unnecessary. Mango quest. Anyways. Split into two, merge. Actually, does Stormblood do that? Yep, they do. Yeah, this is...
Yep.
Yeah, once you start recognizing the patterns that Final Fantasy XIV does, you realize they do the exact... They copy and paste the exact same template into all the expansions.
Mm-hmm.
I swear I remember them recalling, though. I recall the developers mentioning at some point that they plan to give you the option to, from the start of the game, start on either the Heidelin series, which is that's a Realm Reborn throughout Endwalker, and the other, what the hell's the new saga supposed to be called? I don't remember what the hell it's called. I just know it starts out not as exciting as Endwalker. I thought they ultimately meant to do that, although they said like that's like long term, like 2028, 2030, something like that, really long. Oh my goodness. You have to wait until that long to learn that emote? That's crazy. Oh my goodness. Wow. Oh yeah, Endwalker does the split in two thing too. Yeah, classic. Yep, copy, paste, copy, paste. Even Dawn Trial does that, and that's a different saga. Alright. Well, yeah. I just took a glance ahead. I am going to be, at some point, honestly, probably post-season, I'm going to be doing a, time evaluation so I can estimate how long, Stormblood will take to, complete from start to end. A rough idea. And then add a few hours to that because I still want a little bit of buffer time and also just time for, you know, when I want to chat with you guys, because that'll also add a little bit of extra time, too. So, A Realm Reborn is the only one that does things differently, and, well, I mean, you're starting from level 1, that makes sense. It starts from three different areas, depending on which city you start in, and then it merges. Holy jeez, yeah. Yeah, Post The Realm Reborn is extremely long. That's, like, annoyingly long. Alright, by now we should be out of ads. Let me check here. Yep, we're out of ads. Okay, welcome back from ads, everybody. We're going to continue post Heavensward here. Oh, we're actually close to 11. We're about to complete this patch, and then we got a little less than an hour to complete the next one. I don't want to go too late tonight, because Switch 2 pre-orders begin tomorrow, and I want to ensure that I have secured one of those. Not that we have to worry too much about scalpers when you physically pre-order something. And if you're pre-ordering online, I recommend doing so through like Nintendo, the thing that Nintendo has going for them, because they actually have a bit of a anti-scalper kind of approach going on with their sales. The only reason I decided not to do that is because in fine print it says release day delivery is not guaranteed, and I want to get my Switch 2 on release day. Even though I anticipate I'll be standing in a lineup to do that. I'll be standing in a lineup, so I guess prepare myself like a breakfast or something. Something to eat in the meantime before I get there. Anyway, let's continue here. Let's talk with Alice. Alright, sup, Alice?
I already forget what it was for, but I remember bringing a lawn chair to one.
Oh. Oh, man. I still remember when I was getting, like, right into games. Well, no, the DS... The DS was when I started getting consoles myself frequently, but, or was it the DS Lite? No, I think it was the DS Lite. But the Wii was when there was, the Wii, that was my introduction to consoles that are a pain in the arse to acquire. Because, when Super Smash Bros. Brawl came out, the Wii became stupidly hard to find. Mario Kart Wii was also really good, but hold on, which one came out first? Well, that's cool. I don't even get there's no quick answer for Google when I look it up. That's funny. That's hilarious. All right.
What 2008. 2 things?
Mario Kart Wii and Super Smash Bros. Yeah, Brawl, exactly. Damn it, they both say 2008. Oh, I think Brawl came out first. Dang. Nintendo actually releases big titles in January? Ah, here we go. Between April 10th and July 12th, depending on region. Well, Super Smash Bros. Brawl was definitely before all of those. Dang, they came out in the same year. That was a pretty good year then. Because Mario Kart Wii is pretty good. You know, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, where you couldn't really set up a mirror match without glitching.
Oh my goodness! Oh, that glitch is hilarious. The same character bug.
Oh, it's even funnier when one of the people is in a cart and the other's on a bike.
Yep.
The model doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, the model adopts one of the player's positions, and the other player's position adopts the first player's position. It's funny. Or maybe it was vice versa. I don't remember if player 2 or player 1 had the priority. Or it's up to 4. It's up to 4 players, so I don't know which player took priority. I think it was player 1. Yeah, it was great. That was a fun bug. It didn't impact the actual race, but the visuals were really funny in the menu. I think only Mario Kart DS actually did the missions, though. The boss fights, I believe there are multiple Mario Karts that did that, but I think Mario Kart DS was the only one that actually did the missions. I know Mario Kart Wii didn't do that. Anyway, 'twould seem you bring ill tidings, brother. Muchly so. Aye, behind the griffin's mask, we found the grinning face of an old adversary, Ilberd. I do not know how, but he had in his possession the eyes of Nidhogg, whose dread power he used to initiate a summoning ritual, even as we looked on, as you stared and didn't do anything, the moment that the eyes were pulled out, in which Ilberd should have been put to a gravity test. By the 12. I don't understand. To attempt such a magic requires every ounce of one's ether. No one, not even grandfather, could cast it and hope to survive. Indeed, it was ever a last resort, and I'm certain Papalymo was aware. Thus did pupil follow in the footsteps of his master, even unto the grave. I have as yet been unable to explain how a bird came to possess Nidhogg's eyes. Why do you throw the decision to throw him into the abyss was a very dumb decision. I'm telling you. In the depths of the Sea of Clouds, a perpetual storm of water and wind-aspected ether rages. No mortal could endure such conditions. And with that knowledge, the ice should not have been thrown down there. Considering your adversaries are not mortal. Then mayhap it was a work of an Ascian. But now is not the time for idle speculation. Kyle, I have need of your assistance. Yes, of course. You must inspect the cocoon of light, and ascertain the state of the primal trapped within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean some measure of insight. Understood. I can't promise to be able to sense much through the barrier, but I shall certainly do my best. As shall I. Let us be about then. About it? About that. But without so much as a by your leave. Pray forgive Archon Y'shtola and her brevity. She seeketh employment, lest her grief deprive her of her will to act. A desire to comfort Yida doubtless compoundeth her unseemly haste. I, too, must contend with the grievous loss of in mine own way. By thy leave, Lady Asel, I shall honor our fallen colleague through gainful study. There exist writings which may yet further our understanding of this cocoon of light. Mayhap I was too quick to judge. Surrendering to sadness and regret would be a poor tribute to Papa Lima's sacrifice. Quite. We must begin preparations to face Elbert's accursed creation without delay. What time was it when we purchased... What time we have was purchased at too dear of a price for us to squander it. School's up forever. Oh man. Of course. Of course. Anyway. Hey look, more music. Cody. I wish I had more to tell you, but the situation in the East Shroud remains largely unchanged. Meaning, we still have no idea how long it'll be before... A communication from the Alliance. One moment. Yes, of course. Our representatives will be present. My thanks. A word from Gridania. The Council will shortly be reconvened. The Alliance leaders have already begun to assemble. They wish to discuss the Primal, of course. As Y'shtola's last report, the cocoon yet hung above the wall, unchanged. Yes, but the Elder Seedseer doubtless shares our concerns about how long it will remain so. I am told that Sid Garland has been called in to add his expertise to the proceedings. A wise decision. The more minds we have working on this, the better. Well then, I suggest we leave the Rising Stones in Tadru's capable hands and make haste for the Lotus Stand. Again, for the 80th time. Back and forth, back and forth. And back we go again. Aha.
A word, if you would, good sir. This place, it is within the realm of Eorzea.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay. Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Eh? Yes, you're in Eorzea.
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again. You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course and set my jaw till I made port.
I don't think I have to voice act them until later.
Though, it would perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
Good man, are you alright?
Your body says otherwise.
Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
Oryoji is always in the right place at the right time. And you will find that this is a theme. If you haven't already. Okay, I'm sending a return here. Oh my goodness, I was like, whoa, what? I spam cast it while I was teleporting, and apparently it queued it up for the moment I existed. That's fun. It also made no sound because of how I did that. Welcome, Warrior of Light. This way, if you please. Speak to the Silent Conjurer. How many times has that been in our main story? Many times. We're back. Again.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Belsar's Wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon, of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment. Veterans of Cartano, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
We could face another calamity.
So the Primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
What's that? You said Bahamut?
What in the hells are you doing here?
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
Who is this man?
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
I mean, that's not a lie.
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend. As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartano since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry? Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it,
I am graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years, studying side by side at the Academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame?
Yeah, there's a few things in the way. You can't really send me there. Not yet. Yeah, there's some things in the way.
Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allagans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartano while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
No. No. I'm watching you. The I'm watching you answer sounds good.
As will I. I don't like it, but then it doesn't look like we have much choice. Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. 'Twould seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Cartano and take command of Omega. Sid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Cartano being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
My blade is yours.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
Ah, what a fun, awkward exchange. Alright, let me move the other window back up here. And we will continue. Continue? Yes. Well, that was a rather unexpected development. And one which raises a number of questions. Not least among them, how Nero chanced to learn of the council meeting in the first place. Oh boy, a mystery present. Alright. Sid and the others are assembling at the airship landing. Alice is already on her way, and it would not do to lag too far behind. Let us be off. Skip, jump, skipping, jumping. The airship landing. Cody, Alfred, ready to go. The others have stepped out onto the landing for a moment, lest you wonder. Nero insisted that he be allowed to inspect the XIV before boarding. And you let him, despite his very timely offer of assistance. The thought of the man poking about in the workings of a ship without proper supervision does not fill me with confidence. Calm yourself, Alfred. Your sister was adamant that he would not leave her sight. She and Yaguri are. Well, here they are now. Right, I think that's everyone. Shall I set course for Cottonelle? Might I ask that we delay our departure slightly? I require no more than a few hours at most. Our colleagues are studying about the cocoon even as we speak, and I would hear the latest observations ere we proceed. It would seem wise to gain a clear understanding of the situation, as clear an understanding of the situation as possible before formulating our plan. Oh, and I thought time was against us. How foolish of me. Hold your tongue. When we want your opinion, we'll ask for it. Forgive me, my lady. I shall keep my counsel until such a time as you've finished procrastinating. All right. While Alfred speaks with his colleagues, I shall fly the XIV over to Mordona, and we can reconvene at the Rising Stones. Again. Mine apologies for the trouble. And I shall visit Y'shtola and the others forthwith, and join you as soon as I am able. Cody, pray accompany Alice back to the Rising Stones. And I should feel safer knowing that you were present to entertain our guest. Right. Everyone heading to Mordona is welcome to travel upon the XIV. I'll clear things with the girl at the counter here. Let her know when you're ready to leave. But not Hilda. There's no L in this name, by the way. That is Hilda. That is not Hilda. It's like a one-letter difference, and for a moment I was like, one-letter difference. You were traveling with Master Gallard, sir. The Enterprise Excelsior is right this way. And off we go. Not quite a door-to-door service, but I couldn't exactly land her in the Toll's main square. Shall we adjourn to the Rising Stones, then? Imagine just chilling at the pub part of the Rising Stones, and then a mount comes flying in through the, barging through the door, flying in through the door. But then you realize this is about the 30th time this has happened, and you just continue cleaning the counter, and you're like, yep, this is normal.
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight.
Yeah, we keep things simple, Nero.
It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
Really keeping things simple, Nero.
I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in magitech innovation. Wedge calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
That's a solid point right there. Very good technology there.
We are returned. Well, Ida and I, at least.
Nice to meet you, returned.
Ishtola and the others remain behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back with Alphino. Papalimo bought us this time.
See, I'm not the only one with that dad joke.
By your leave!
Well, we know who that is. But they don't.
God, that voice could fell a gigas.
Indeed.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
Gosetsu, why are you come to Eorzea?
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid. Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly. But now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
It is not so simple, Gozetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Mayhap that is so.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, yes, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
The Empire? You, Giddy? You draw steel against the curse of Garlemald? Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
Cody, wait. Could I speak to you for a moment? Oh! Could I not click on the OBS window? Nope, I am click in-game. Thank you. Do you remember when I had you beat me at the Diamond Forge and we, ambushed you? Yep, that's how I'll register it as, yes. Do register that as an ambush. Well, once we had your measurements, I set to work making you a traveling outfit in my spare time. I've only just this moment finished the stitching, but I wanted you to have it before you left. Here.
Get a load of this!
Anyways, you can try it on right now if you like. And what Tadaru means by you can, she actually means you will. Assuming we measured correctly, the fit should be just right. Snug, but not too snug, if you know what I mean. So, how does it feel? You're not just saying that, are you? Oh, I can't tell you how much this means to me. To have crafted something worthy of the Warrior of Light it's... well, let's just say it makes all the practice worthwhile. I also sewed in the Blood Pearl charm to, you know, bring you home. May it always protect you. A Blood Pearl charm. And there you go, an outfit. Oh, It has 2 die
A glamour
channels.
outfit at that.
It has 2 die channels now. I know they went back and added a second die channel to a lot of things, but they've added one to this now. So yeah, that's a new glamour outfit, and it probably looks pretty cool with 2 die channels.
Yeah, even now I'm surprised by some of the things that got a second die channel.
Yeah, they've really gone all out with that. And every major update seems to add a lot more die channels to a lot more. Fly free, my pretty. This is the second last quest in post Heavensward. I'm just getting my the new lurk tab set up here. There we go. We're all good. Okay. So we have to wake Omega up, right? When do we start? Are you sure that's... I'm sure, yes. I won't lie and say I'm completely fine, but I feel a lot better if I'm doing something useful. Very well. I'll remain here and continue coordinating our efforts with the Alliance. Alphanid, mayhap you could return to Gridania and assist Y'shtola and Kryl. A fine suggestion. The rest of us will form the Cottonelle Expedition Party. Nero and I will focus on rousing Omega, while Cody, Yida, and our Doman friends take care of security. The SLdr is by the lake and just outside of town. We'll leave just as soon as everyone is ready. Wow, I keep adding words in. I don't know why. Habit. Habit? Yes, habit. Hobbit? I don't know. There's no hobbits in this game. You'll have to refer to Lalafels instead. That's the closest you're gonna get. Actually, there is a certain race that you're introduced to in a future expansion that would be a little closer. Whoa! It just teleported. Duty calls. Time to disband the party here. And we're going to Duty. We haven't far to go. With any luck, we'll be in Cottonelle before Yosatsu graces the deck with his dinner. Once there, however, we'd best be on our ground. Given that Heavensward was still active when Omega was discovered, we can be sure that the Empire has long been aware of its existence. And if Nero deemed it the obvious solution to the threat posed by this new primal, it is not impossible that Garleman might do the same. Have your weapons ready and your wits about you. Something tells me we're flying into a fight. Welcome to the binding coil of behind. No.
Yeah. However, this
Now,
quest
where
does
was
refer to Actually, I don't know if I'll spoil it.
I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Of course. It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes. But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
I chased down a suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland. Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days have come at once.
Of all the scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
True.
I am Gosetsu, Samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
Wow, that wasn't very intimidating. He made no noise.
I hate to tell you, friend, Nero did it better.
Yep.
You're holding back. Leave this to me. You watching, Pabalino? No retreat. No surrender.
Look upon us, Samurai of Doma.
It's all over now.
My right to strike.
That is not the button I want to do. Ads, go F yourself.
Leave this to me. You watching, Pabalino?
Ah, there we go. Surrender. We have you outnumbered. Wouldn't be the first time. Are you still playing with these soldiers? I suppose I can lend you one of my toys, but only if you promise to give it back. Oh boy.
I'm not gonna lie, when I first went through the mission, I thought he was referring to that hammer you see him swinging in Prey. I'm like, oh yes, please.
Yes. Behold, the red buried. Now end this nonsense. What the? No one told me they had major tech armor. Forward! For the Empire! The honorless cur thinks to abandon his men. I shall see that he shares their fate. Pray attend to the rest of his minions. Oh boy!
It's all over now. Leave this to me.
'Tis my right to strike.
You watching, Papalimo? No surrender.
I have you.
This one'll sting. The defense is lacking.
With soul and steel.
It's all over now. Leave this to me.
Yes! I wanted multiple to be in there. Perfect.
I like to strike.
Hey, you can't just run off. Yes, they can. Desert in the battle is punishable by death. I order you to stand your ground. Come back here now. Please? God damn it to the 7th. I'll kill you bastards if it's the last thing I do.
No retreat. No surrender. This one'll sting. Your defense is lacking.
You haven't seen the last of me. Mark my words. It'll be you who rules this day. Mm-hmm. Anyways. Good stuff. That is a fun duty.
Temporal stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
Remarkable. Omega sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Belsar's Wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing?
Don't think there's another way, duh. I don't think there's another way.
Suppose not. All right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
Yes, that's the one.
Push the
You're getting too
button.
much for us to waste this chance, Papalimo. So this is for you.
It's the button, not the big red button. But that is a redeem if you really want to press it. Hold on, I can't help myself. I have to press the button.
Button does.
Wow, this stream's looking a little
Fly free, my pretty.
Whoa.
Show us what you can do.
The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose.
Well, that's convenient. Oh yeah. Woohoo! Look at that.
Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
Except you guys lost communication prior to doing that, so
Omega destroyed the cocoon. Papalimo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
Oh hey, there's an S rank in the East Shroud. Huh. I'm not sure why we lost control with Omega, but I mean to find out. Let's be on our way. Would you like to plot warp? Yes. Definitely. Why wouldn't I? One moment everything was functioning perfectly, and then the next it wasn't. It makes no sense. We need to see what happened for ourselves, and soon. Well, as the objective name said, it flew free. Fly free, my pretty. There it is, the far edge of fate. Words can ill express how glad I am to see you unharmed. When Omega came hurtling towards the cocoon, everything dissolved into chaos. I have to see it. I have to see it with my own eyes. Well, don't go ahead, jeez. Yida, wait. We must first... The Elder Seedseer is expecting us. Worry not, Alphanid. Yosetsu and I will watch over her. You may safely attend your meeting. My thanks, Yuri. The council reconvened a short while ago. Let us make haste for the Lotus Stand. All there are eager to hear your testimony. While they reconvene again and again. Well, I don't want to go too late, so we need to complete this one last step here. We'll need to speak to the not silent conjurer again. Yeah. Yep. Ads are in progress. They should be done in about 9 seconds here. There we go. They're gone. Okay. My friends, full eagerly have we awaited your return. Few indeed could have discharged a duty entrusted to you, and most humbly do we thank you for seeing it done. You are too kind, Elder Sincere. As I recall, we as good as demanded the right to try. But tell me, how did the battle unfold? We succeeded in waking Omega, aye, but we lost contact with the weapon shortly after it launched. From our position in the control room, we were blind to all that followed. What words can do justice to such a scene? None of my choosing, that much is certain. But I can give you the facts. The cocoon hatched even as Omega arrived, and from its midst rose a great dragon. The pair duly set about each other upon the skies over Girabania. The primal might defy belief. But the primal's might defied belief. It seemed the very heavens would rent asunder by the force of its blows. And it wielded such magics I have never seen, and hope never to see again. The battle raged on with no end in sight, until both combatants were engulfed in a blinding flash of light. When the radiance faded, I saw the pair fall motionless from the sky, coming to a rest somewhere on Alamegan soil. I will not speak for the rest, but to my eye, it seemed that each had landed a fatal blow upon the other. But most among us could think only of Bahamut when looking upon the Primal's form. The Dominions were heard to whisper the name Shinryu. Yes, indeed. I'm just remembering the extreme version of that. Thanks, Omega.
Yeah, that was fun. And it was also fun to try and teach it basically synced.
Yeah. Yeah, that was definitely an interesting one. The mount did drop upon our first success, though. That was the first Stormblood Extreme mount that I got. Surprise Egg Storm, yeah. And yes, you're in this game, Omega. It would appear that the being resembles a creature from Far Eastern legend, and we have found it convenient to refer it as such. This is Shinryu's fate, and indeed, that of Omega, is yet unknown. We have, alas, no eyes on the Girabanian side of the border. Aye, which is why we have sent out our main force, under the command of Marshal Tarpon, to capture the wall. With the Imperials in disarray, we have the perfect opportunity to secure Gridania's border, and amasses the aftermath of the impact. I myself will join the Marshal and his men when the council is adjourned. Well, that explains a few things. I'll wager that flash of light coincided with our loss to contact. Lest you wonder, we quickly re-engaged Omega's stasis systems, so even if it has fallen into the Empire's lap, it will be of no use to them, save perhaps a statue. Correct. With me to guide their efforts, it would have taken them decades to decipher Omega's core functions. If they manage it at all. Such reassurances do much to calm our fears. Yet the relic's fate is but one of several concerns. Indeed, I humbly submit that the time has come for us to make contact with the resistance representatives of Girabania. Though Ilbert is forced our hand, it would seem only logical to seek an alliance, given the inevitability of Imperial retaliation. And by working in concert, it is not impossible for Alamigo might finally be wrested from Garleman's grasp. Nod. Nod. I don't think it's the last nod of the game, though. Or, sorry, of this expansion. You must be exhausted. I would ordinarily suggest that we retire directly to the Rising Stones, but I wonder if we might first make a small detour. Stoll and the others have gathered in Asmer's Spire, and I imagine you, too, would be interested to see what has become of the wall now that the cocoon is gone. It is decided then. Lead on. The Spire. Now there's an S rank in Eastern Fat. Wait, that's not the same one, is it?
My friends.
No.
I cannot
Another
express
S rank.
how glad I am to see you both unharmed.
Oh, you know what?
They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very
I know
firmament.
what's happening. The post-maintenance S-rank spawns are starting to appear in around Reborn areas. So people are... there's probably a S-rank party that's triggering them.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilberd's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilberd all but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by Omega.
Wait, Odin too?
Gods! I am no
Oh, Odin's
somewhere.
Oh no.
Somewhere.
For the machine's furiosity.
Oh, that must have happened while I'm in the cutscene.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh jeez.
And how fares poor Ida in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
That would have been funny if the weather in this cutscene had changed to tension too.
She's up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhap she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
Free me of this cutscene. I would like to check for the great Odin, even though we have already faced Odin once, I know.
The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
Ida.
We get it.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
Ida, there is no need to explain.
But there is. I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask. 20 years ago, on the day
You won't have to
Empire
go far.
marched
He
into
is
Alameda,
stupidly near where you
I
are.
was still just a child, not even 5 summers old. My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric. And
Oh
my
yeah,
sister had
Mad
fought
Kings.
alongside him.
Here we go. This is Fire Emblem does
She was
this.
strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too, and I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Charlian. That was where she met Master Louis Soir. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida.
Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Ida died 6 years ago. on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them.
Probably, considering how they spammed us while we were in Cartno. You could have told me.
I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise. When Papalimo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done. I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lise. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Alamigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
War is upon us once more.
Do you regret standing against the Empire?
Now they're like, Odin, now is not the time. No, Odin, this is a really bad time. I'm in the middle of a cutscene right now.
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
I'm gonna be freaking cutscene locked during all this.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
It was brave of these to remove a mask after so long. Those just scares me. Yeah, they have Odin's location now. Though she has scarcely begun to come to terms with Papalimo's loss, that one made plain her determination to move forward. And should she ever falter, we will be there to support her on this road she was resolved to walk. Let us return to the Rising Stones. We have quite a story to tell Tadaru and my sister. Alright, get me out of this cutscene. We know where Odin is, and I want to help out.
Yeah.
And my power's out.
You'd still.
And my power's back.
I think I've seen one in here.
Can I still see you guys, chat? Are you guys still good? My power fucking flickered for a moment here. My UPS just kicked in for a moment. Sound test. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I think we're still good. We're gonna skip the credits. And we're gonna get plot warped because that's convenient. Alright. We've got to return here anyways. I think the stream's still good, you guys. It does take more than a split second of the power being out for the router to actually lose power, so that should still be good too. I mean, I would have lost connection to the game too if that was the case. Don't know what the hell that was about. But I'm glad I've got a UPS. I'll have to check my UPS and see what it was, I'll have to check my UPS later. Party finder. World. There is nobody recruiting right now. Why is there nobody recruiting? Did somebody engage Odin early? The person who died, possibly? I'm high enough level to not aggro Odin. Oh, we're right next to Odin. Yep, somebody aggroed Odin.
Yeah, because they were just low enough level to do so. So I guess Odin didn't like the look of him.
Oh, there we go. Got a party finder up. We're good. Okay. I'm actually just... the level sync is 70. I'm actually one level below that. Oh my goodness. So this is the world boss for A Realm Reborn. And honestly, it's still it's still a pretty fun fate. Oh, I think we got a second party here. We're gonna be wrapping up the night, beating up Odin, and then we're gonna be like, ah yes, and now we're gonna finish the post Heavensward. All right, finale indeed. Let's see how many times Odin will specifically target me with an AoE. Because last time that was ridiculous. How frequently the AoE was centered on me. So we got a full party and a partial party here, by the looks of it. I'm not the one who discovered Odin. It's not my my call to make when it gets pulled. Sounds like 30 seconds is the intention for the pull. That's just a big one. I'm just gonna ignore that. Okay, run away as fast as I can. Or get stuck. I could get stuck too. That's really... That's also possible. Because there's a stupid log here. This stupid log also blocks my line of sight. Hey Odin, can you, like, destroy this log for us? Wait, now it's not in the way of my line of sight? I'm just gonna ignore that, that's giant. Can't really... This log is so incredibly annoying. I love how I was not able to move, even long after I, Okay, I hate the chat log sometimes. The shortcut that makes the chat log activate is incredibly annoying. Let me get out of here immediately. There we go. Okay, enrage incoming. We're gonna clear it easy anyways, we got good firepower. Ah, there we go. Nice. All right, well, there we go. That's Odin. The weather's now back to normal, and I am now free to return to more donuts. Also, because we did get a gold rank, you can see we got 5 Odin's Mantle, which actually, conveniently enough, is exchanged here. Not in the Rising Stones, but in Mordona. Since we have done that fight once before, we should actually have enough to have the Bardin... the Chocobo Bardin, and so on. That meteor missed me. I'm glad those are working again. You may have mentioned, but often it has apprised me of all that has come to pass in Gridania. Your only task now is to rest. This is the calm before the storm. Lisa's chosen her path, and as her friends, we must do what we can to support the choice. We are fated to join the conflict in any case. In any case. Once the Alliance has taken the wall and opened the way to Gridania, we will have little choice but to fight. Which is not to say the cause is unworthy. After all, ignoring the plight of those whom one might conceivably save is not wisdom, but indolence. Correct? I, for one, am looking forward to joining the hands with the Elamegans, and striking a blow against the tyranny of the Empire. As, I rather suspect, do you. Yes. Indeed. And here we go. We are now wrapping up Heavensward. What the heck am I gonna do next week? Wait a minute. Wasn't next week supposed to be mystery game instead? Oh, it was supposed to be mystery game. We were actually supposed to wrap up this time. I didn't know that. Good thing we did. Quick, march. The Imperials will soon come to their senses, and we must be ready to face their retribution. 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 It is almost time, Father. Aye, almost. Stand firm, Pepin. I've learned to brace myself against the charge of the Bull of Alamigo. No foe will dislodge me. Very well, Hilbert. I will take our homeland back. For the both of us. Yeah, but still, fuck you, Oberd.
My Lord Viceroy, our scouts have confirmed the preliminary reports. Belsa's wall has fallen to yours in alliance. The hunt for Omega and the unknown icon continues. Though both yet to elude us, my lord, their battle has caused considerable damage across the region. Should we, perchance, divert some of our forces to undertake the necessary reconstruction work? Forgive me, my lord. I did not intend. Your will be done.
Unknown. My spies tell me the Domins call it Shinryu. And it proved a match. And it proved a match for Omega. Yes, the coming days promise to be most interesting. Most interesting.
At the far edge of fate, the road begins anew. The heroes look to eastern skies, and behold their crimson hue! A dawn of liberation, a gathering. Storm of Blood.
"5 minutes of fate? That took way more than 5 minutes. Anyways. Alright. Orchestration roll. Orchestration roll. There is a slight cooldown, so we can't just spam open them. These only stack to 99? I actually have enough of these that that I have a second stack of them. Dang, they use the old stack. That stack is so yesterday. It's supposed to be 999. Alright, everybody. That's the end of post Heavensward. That is the note that things end on. That's a wrap for Final Fantasy 14 streams for now. I may do some stuff on my main character, though, from time to time. I'm currently doing Cosmic Exploration and that just came out this previous patch here, which came out a day ago, something like that. Either way, I would like to end stream at a sort of reasonable time that's still later than initially planned, because, yeah, I want to secure that pre-order on the Switch too, and all that fun stuff. Yeah, Beyond the Great Wall is the next one, and that is the first quest of the Stormblood expansion. Again, with Final Fantasy 14, it is there is a free trial that's available for Final Fantasy 14, and it covers the base game and the first 2 expansions. There are some social restrictions on it. No free companies, and yeah, there's like certain social restrictions, but that's about it. There's no limitations to... Oh yeah, and there's a level 70 cap. That's the Stormblood level cap. So there's also that too. But you know what? A lot of classes really start to amp up between 60 to 70 anyways. But yeah. You guys ever want to do the adventure yourself? Game's more accessible than it's been previously. Like I said, there used to be a 14-day limit for the game. And also, it used to only go up to Heavensward. So... Oh yeah, also, you don't need an active subscription for the free trial. Which I... just retire the subscription thing, please. Thank you. Or give extra... Reserve the subscription path for, like, extra perks and goodies and all that. Other there's other MMOs that do it that way. But it's a Square we're talking about, so they're probably not going to do that. Fine is fine, I guess. We'll settle for whatever. At least we're not paying $110 for a Canadian for a single game, right? Anywho, I hope you guys had a nice time chilling here, vibing here. I already know who I'm sending you guys off to. I know I can get I know I've said in the past I should be a little more, like, I should maybe not raid the same place several times, but because we always have such a good time there, I'm sending you guys over to Udon's way. Which can be done like this. I don't have to type it in anymore. I have a shortcut key up here that I can use. Congrats on the top 3. Why am I in first place? That makes no sense. Is there something wrong with how the race point currencies are being distributed? Because, like I said, I give myself a debuff so that I don't always come in first. Because obviously, I always have a subscription. It's my own channel. And obviously, I'm going to be in the chat list the entire time because I am the streamer. So I give myself a debuff so that others can win. Anyway, that's fine. Enjoy the extra gold pieces if you're within the top 3 there. Send you guys over to Udon. Next stream is going to be tomorrow at Friday at 6 p.m. Mountain Time. We're going to be wrapping up Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Fast Play in FaceTuber mode. On Saturday, 6 p.m. Mountain Time. Look forward to more Outbreak. We're going to be doing more storm chasing. To prepare for IRL storm chasing, in which I will not be chasing tornado-prone storms. Next week there will be one stream plus another one that I haven't really placed yet. At 6 p.m. Mountain Time, we'll be playing a mystery game of some sort. What will it be? Find out next Wednesday. Have a lovely night, everyone. Thank you for joining, whether in full and part, whether you're active, whether you're lurking, or somewhere between. It's all greatly appreciated. Take good care of yourselves. Be kind to yourselves. And until next time, see you later. Noity noit. Good time zone.
Slopeeeeh. Lol.